Hello there, my sleepy citizens. Tonight, we journey into the shadowed streets of Gotham City, where mysteries lurk and the Dark Knight stands vigilant against the forces of chaos. We bring you tales of Batman, uncovering different sides of the man behind the mask. And as our journey through these stories winds down, a calm ambience of Gotham's streets will carry you throughout the night, bringing you to restful sleep without interruptions from any ads. If you enjoy these tales, please be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments what story you'd like to hear next. But for now, let's get cozy and step into the world of Gotham. The October rain had finally ceased, leaving Gotham's cathedral district wrapped in a silvery mist that transformed the Gothic architecture into something from a dream. 8-year-old Lily Chen walked her usual route home from St. Mary's Elementary, her small red backpack bouncing with each step, her breath forming little clouds in the cooling air. The cathedral district was one of Gotham's oldest neighborhoods, where stone churches and centuries-old buildings created a maze of shadows and architectural wonders that both fascinated and intimidated those who passed through. Lily had walked this path every school day for 2 years, ever since her family moved to the apartment above her mother's bakery. She knew every crack in the sidewalk, every shop window display, every friendly face behind the counters, but most of all, she knew the gargoyles. They perched on every significant building in the district, stone guardians that had watched over these streets for generations. Some were fierce, with spread wings and bared fangs. Others were almost comical, with exaggerated features that made her giggle. But there was one gargoyle that was different from all the rest. It sat on the corner of St. Bartholomew's Chapel, right where Carpenter Street met Tallow Lane. Unlike the others, this gargoyle wasn't fearsome or funny. It had a kind face, almost human in its expression, with eyes that seemed to hold depths of understanding. The stonework was more detailed than the others too, with every fold of its wings carved with extraordinary care. Today, as Lily approached the corner, she felt that familiar sensation, the feeling of being watched but not in a frightening way. It was more like how her grandmother watched her from the kitchen window, making sure she was safe. She glanced up at the gargoyle, and for just a moment she could have sworn its stone eyes shifted, looking not at her, but past her, toward the construction site across the street. The feeling was so strong that Lily stopped walking. The gargoyle's gaze seemed urgent somehow, as if it were trying to tell her something. Without really thinking about it, she stepped back from the curb, pressing herself against the chapel's iron fence. 3 seconds later, a piece of scaffolding crashed down exactly where she would have been walking. The metal poles clanged against the pavement with a sound like thunder, sending pigeons scattering into the grey sky. Construction workers came running, shouting apologies and checking to make sure no one was hurt. Lily stood frozen against the fence, her heart pounding. She looked up at the gargoyle again. It sat exactly as it always had, wings folded, face serene. But Lily knew with the certainty that only children possess, that it had saved her. "Thank you," she whispered, and hurried home to tell her mother about the miracle. Miles away, in a cave beneath Wayne Manor, Batman studied a map dotted with red pins. Each pin represented an incident reported over the past 3 months. A child's near miss with danger in the cathedral district. The pattern was too consistent to be coincidence. Bruce Wayne had initially dismissed the reports. Children had vivid imaginations, and parents were often eager to find meaning in random events. But as the incidents accumulated, a pattern emerged that demanded investigation. Every child who reported the moving gargoyle had avoided serious injury or worse within moments of the sighting. 7 incidents this month alone, Alfred observed, setting a tea service on the workstation, all involving children between the ages of 6 and 12, all occurring within a 4-block radius of St. Bartholomew's Chapel. Bruce pulled up architectural records of the chapel and its surroundings. The building dated to 1892, part of Gotham's Gothic revival period when wealthy industrialists competed to fund the most elaborate churches. But the gargoyles were listed as later additions, installed in 1947 during post-war renovations. 1947, Bruce mused. That's oddly specific. Most Gothic revival churches had their gargoyles carved during initial construction. He dove deeper into the records, searching for information about the 1947 renovations. The trail led to a name, Giuseppe Torino, master stoneworker, commissioned to add protective elements to the cathedral district. Protective elements, Alfred read over Bruce's shoulder. Rather unusual phrasing for architectural additions. Bruce found more references to Torino in newspaper archives. The man had been a respected craftsman, known for his exceptional detail work and innovative techniques. But in 1947, something changed. The papers reported a family tragedy. Torino's 7-year-old daughter Rosa had been killed by falling masonry while playing in the shadow of an old church. The accident had transformed Torino. Where he had once been gregarious and social, he became reclusive, obsessed with his work. He spent the next 5 years adding gargoyles to buildings throughout the cathedral district, often working for free, claiming he was paying a debt to the stones. Bruce found a photograph from 1951 showing Torino beside his final gargoyle, the one on St. Bartholomew's Chapel. Even in the grainy black and white image, Bruce could see the exceptional craftsmanship. This wasn't just a decorative element. It was a work of art infused with profound emotion. "Sir," Alfred said softly, "look at the date of the photograph. September 15th, 1951. That would make Rosa's birthday, had she lived." That night, Batman stood on the roof of St. Bartholomew's Chapel, studying the gargoyle up close. Under the cowl's enhanced vision, he could see details invisible from the street. The stonework was indeed extraordinary, but there was something more. Symbols were carved into the base, almost microscopic in their delicacy. They looked like musical notes, or perhaps mathematical formulae. He ran his fingers along the stone, feeling variations in texture that seemed deliberate rather than weathering. His cowl's sensors detected something unexpected. The stone was resonating at a frequency below human hearing, a subtle vibration that changed based on environmental factors. Movement below caught his attention. A young woman was walking alone, hurrying through the empty streets. As she passed beneath the gargoyle, Batman noticed the vibration pattern change. The stone seemed to be responding to something, but what? Then he saw it. A car running the red light, speeding through the intersection. The woman, focused on her phone, was about to step into its path. The gargoyle's vibration intensified, and suddenly the woman looked up directly at the stone figure. She stopped mid-step, the car rushing past inches from where she would have been. The woman stood there for a moment, confused, then shook her head and continued on her way, this time paying attention to her surroundings. Batman remained motionless, processing what he'd witnessed. The gargoyle hadn't moved, he was certain of that. But something had made the woman look up at exactly the right moment. He spent the rest of the night observing, and saw the phenomenon repeat twice more. Each time someone approaching danger would suddenly look at the gargoyle and change their behavior just enough to avoid harm. It wasn't magic or supernatural intervention, it was something far more interesting. The next morning, Bruce Wayne visited the Gotham Historical Society. The elderly librarian, Mrs. Morrison, was delighted to help with his architectural preservation project. Giuseppe Torino. Oh yes, fascinating man. Tragic story, of course. We have some of his papers in the archive. His nephew donated them years ago. She led Bruce to a climate-controlled room where boxes of documents waited. Torino's sketches and notes revealed a brilliant mind wrestling with grief. After Rosa's death, he had thrown himself into studying the intersection of architecture and human perception. His notes referenced obscure acoustic principles, psychological responses to visual stimuli, and something he called protective resonance. One journal entry stood out. The ancients understood what we have forgotten. That stone can carry intention, not through magic, but through the subtle interplay of form, frequency, and human instinct. I will encode my love for Rosa into every gargoyle, create guardians that will watch over other children as I failed to watch over her. Bruce found technical drawings that showed how Torino had incorporated acoustic chambers into his gargoyles. These chambers, when acted upon by wind, traffic vibrations, or even temperature changes, would produce subsonic frequencies. But the genius was in how these frequencies were tuned. He mapped danger patterns, Bruce said aloud, amazed. Construction sites produce specific vibrations. Speeding vehicles create particular acoustic signatures. Structural instabilities have their own frequencies. Bloques de pan, tufe, avnori de the tierce. He tuned each gargoyle to detect these patterns and produce a counter-frequency that triggers an instinctive response in humans, particularly children, whose hearing extends into ranges adults lose. The drawings showed more. Torino had hidden reflective elements in the gargoyle's eyes, positioned to catch light in ways that would create the illusion of movement when viewed from specific angles. Combined with the subsonic warnings, this would make people feel watched, feel warned at exactly the moments they were in danger. Bruce spent days in the archives, documenting every aspect of Torino's work. He found correspondence with psychologists and acoustic engineers of the era, scholars who had helped refine his theories. There were letters from parents thanking him for gargoyles that seemed to watch over their children, though they couldn't explain why. One letter was particularly moving, from a mother whose son had avoided 3 different accidents after the installation of a Torino gargoyle. Mr. Torino, I don't understand the science you've explained, but I know my boy is alive because of your stone angel. You say it's just acoustics and psychology, but to me it's love carved in stone. Thank you for watching over our children. Bruce returned to the cathedral district as Batman, this time equipped to fully analyze Torino's network. Using enhanced acoustic sensors, he mapped the coverage of each gargoyle. They were positioned with mathematical precision, creating overlapping fields of protection throughout the neighborhood's most dangerous areas. But the system had degraded over 70 years. Some gargoyles had been damaged by weather or renovation. Others had been removed entirely. The protective network that Torino had carefully constructed was full of gaps. He visited the apartment above Chen's bakery, where Lily lived with her family. The girl was in the small living room, drawing pictures while her mother prepared dinner. When Mrs. Chen let him in, Gotham citizens had grown accustomed to Batman appearing when children were involved. Lily's face lit up. "You're here about the gargoyle," she exclaimed. "The one that saved me. Tell me about it," Batman said, crouching to her level. Lily launched into her story with the enthusiasm only a child could muster. She described the feeling of being watched, the certainty that the gargoyle had warned her. She showed him her drawings, dozens of pictures of the kind-faced gargoyle, all showing it from slightly different angles. "Sometimes I see it looking one way," she explained, pointing to a drawing, "and sometimes another way. But it's always watching for danger." Batman studied the drawings. Without realizing it, Lily had documented the optical illusion aspect of Torino's design. Depending on where she stood, the gargoyle appeared to be looking in different directions. "Do your friends see it too?" he asked. Lily nodded vigorously. "We have a club, the Gargoyle Guardians. We map where they look and when. Tommy says it's like they're talking to each other." That gave Batman pause. "Show me your maps." Lily proudly produced a notebook filled with childish but detailed observations. She and her friends had been tracking gargoyle sightings for months, noting times, locations, and directions of perceived movement. When Batman overlaid their observations with his acoustic readings, a pattern emerged that made his breath catch. The children were right. The gargoyles were talking to each other. Torino had designed them to relay vibrations through the building's structures, creating a network that could track danger as it moved through the district. A speeding car would trigger responses in sequence, A weakening building would send warnings to all nearby positions. You and your friends are very observant, Batman told Lily. Keep watching them. They're there to protect you. I knew it, Lily beamed. Will you tell the adults? They don't believe us. I'll do better than that, Batman promised. I'll make sure all the gargoyles keep working. The next phase of his investigation led to Maria Torino, Giuseppe's 90-year-old great-niece. She lived in a neat row house in the Cathedral District, her windows giving a perfect view of 3 different gargoyles. Maria welcomed him with surprising calm. I wondered when someone would finally ask about Uncle Giuseppe's guardians, she said, pouring tea with steady hands. Please sit. I have much to tell you. Her living room was a shrine to her great-uncle's work. Photographs, sketches, and scale models of gargoyles covered every surface. But more importantly, she had Torino's complete workshop journals, the ones that explained not just how the system worked, but how to maintain it. He taught me when I was young, Maria explained. How to read the stones, how to tune them, how to repair damage without disrupting the resonance. I've been maintaining the ones I can reach, but I'm not as spry as I used to be. She showed Batman tools designed specifically for working on the gargoyles, tuning forks calibrated to subsonic frequencies, specialized hammers that could adjust acoustic chambers without damaging them, even a device for testing the optical elements. Uncle Giuseppe knew the city would change. Maria continued. New buildings, new traffic patterns, new dangers, so he designed the system to be adaptive. The gargoyles learn in a way. Their resonance patterns shift based on what threatens the children most. Batman was fascinated. How many people know about this? Fewer each year, Maria said sadly. My generation is dying off. I've tried to interest younger family members, but who believes in stone guardians in this age of computers and cameras? Only the children still have faith, and that faith is part of what makes the system work. She explained the psychological component Batman had suspected. The gargoyles worked best on those who believed in them, who were open to their warnings. Children, with their natural acceptance of the fantastic, were ideal recipients. Adults, trained to rationalize and dismiss, often ignored the subtle warnings. But you're here, Maria observed. The Batman, protector of Gotham, taking stone guardians seriously. Perhaps there's hope yet. She gave him copies of all Torino's journals, his tools, and most importantly, a map showing every gargoyle he had carved, including ones Batman hadn't discovered yet. There were over 200 throughout Gotham, concentrated in areas where children gathered, schools, playgrounds, libraries. He carved until his hands couldn't hold the tools anymore, Maria said. Even on his deathbed, he was designing new guardians, finding new ways to protect the children of Gotham. Armed with this knowledge, Batman began the work of restoration. By night, he mapped damaged and missing gargoyles. By day, Bruce Wayne's Preservation Foundation announced a major initiative to restore the Cathedral District's architectural heritage, with special attention to the unique acoustic properties of mid-century additions. He hired a team of specially trained craftspeople, teaching them Torino's techniques without revealing the full purpose. They thought they were preserving art and history. They didn't need to know they were maintaining a citywide protection system. The Gargoyle Guardians, Lily's club, became unofficial consultants. Batman met with them regularly, always at dusk when the shadows made his appearance less jarring. The children reported which gargoyles seemed sleepy, damaged resonance chambers, or blind, faulty optical elements. Their observations, filtered through childhood imagination but rooted in real phenomena, proved invaluable. One evening, while overseeing restoration work on a particularly complex gargoyle, Batman was joined by an unexpected visitor. Lucius Fox climbed the scaffolding with surprising agility for a man his age. "I've been reading about Torino's work," Lucius said without preamble. "Brilliant man, tragic story. But I think we can do more than just restore his system." He produced a tablet showing technical specifications. What if we could enhance it? Modern materials that conduct subsonic frequencies better than 1940s stone. micro-adjustments to the acoustic chambers that could extend the range, all invisible modifications that wouldn't alter the appearance or artistic integrity. Batman considered this. Torino's system is already remarkably effective. For 1947 dangers, Lucius countered. But what about modern threats? Texting while walking, new construction techniques, electric vehicles that move more quietly. We could update the frequency patterns to account for contemporary hazards.
It was a compelling argument.
Together, they developed a plan to subtly modernize Torino's network while maintaining its essential character. The gargoyles would still be stone guardians powered by love and loss, but with 21st century enhancements. The work took months. Each gargoyle had to be individually assessed, restored, and calibrated. Maria Torino supervised every step, ensuring her great-uncle's vision wasn't lost in the modernization. She also shared stories about Giuseppe that weren't in any journal. He used to say that grief could be transformed. She told Batman one evening, as they watched workers carefully restore the St. Bartholomew's gargoyle, that the pain of losing Rosa could become a shield for other children. Every strike of his chisel was an act of love, every carved feather a prayer for protection. The children of the district watched the restoration with fascination. The Gargoyle Guardians grew from 6 members to over 50, all dedicated to watching and recording the stone protectors. They created an informal network that complemented the acoustic system. When a gargoyle warned one child, word spread quickly to others. Batman found himself oddly moved by their dedication. These children, without understanding the science, had grasped the essential truth of Torino's work, that protection came from community, from watching out for one another, from believing that someone cared enough to keep them safe. One night, as he perched beside the restored St. Bartholomew's gargoyle, he was joined by Lily Chen. She had snuck onto the roof, itself a testament to the fearlessness the gargoyles inspired in the district's children. "I knew you'd be here," she said, settling beside him with the casual confidence of a child who knows she's safe. "The gargoyle told me." Batman raised an eyebrow beneath his cowl. "Did it?" Lily nodded seriously. "Not with words, but I felt it. The same feeling I get when it warns me about danger, but opposite, like it was saying something good was waiting." They sat in companionable silence, watching the city below. The restored gargoyle network was fully operational now, its subsonic lullaby protecting the sleeping district. Crime had dropped noticeably in areas with high gargoyle density. Criminals, it seemed, were just as susceptible to the feeling of being watched as anyone else. "Mr. Batman," Lily said suddenly, "do you think Mr. Torino knows his gargoyles still work?" It was a profound question from an 8-year-old. Batman considered his answer carefully. "I think," he said finally, "that when someone puts that much love into their work, it never really stops. Torino carved his heart into these stones. As long as they stand, as long as children like you believe in them, his love keeps watching over the city." Lily smiled, satisfied with this answer. "My mom says I can be an architect when I grow up. I want to make guardians too, new ones for parts of the city that don't have any." "That's a worthy goal," Batman agreed. "Torino would be proud." As if in response, a subtle vibration ran through the gargoyle they sat beside. Not a warning. Batman had learned to distinguish the patterns, but something almost like approval. The acoustic properties of stone and love, resonating across time. The restoration project became a model for the city. Other districts requested surveys to find their own hidden Torino gargoyles. The Preservation Foundation established training programs for maintaining acoustic architecture. Maria Torino, energized by the renewed interest, began teaching workshops on her great-uncle's techniques. But the real success was in the statistics Batman carefully tracked. In areas with restored gargoyle networks, child pedestrian accidents dropped by 60%. Near-miss incidents declined even more dramatically. The system wasn't perfect. It couldn't prevent all dangers, but it created a measurable increase in safety through the marriage of art, science, and community faith. Dr. Leslie Tompkins, visiting one of the restoration sites, marveled at the medical implications. Preventive architecture, she mused. Torino was practicing public health through stone. Every accident prevented, every child saved. It's medicine at the municipal level. The Gargoyle Guardians evolved from a children's club into something more substantial. With Batman's discreet support, they created a digital map of all known gargoyles, tracking their moods and messages. What had begun as childhood fancy became a crowdsourced early warning system that complemented Torino's acoustic network. Parents, initially skeptical, began to pay attention when the correlation between gargoyle warnings and avoided accidents became undeniable. The Cathedral District's gargoyles became local celebrities, with families making pilgrimages to thank specific stones for protecting their children. 1 year after beginning the restoration, Batman stood atop Gotham Cathedral, surveying the network he'd helped revive. The city below was dotted with Torino's guardians, each one a node in an invisible web of protection. Through his cowl's enhanced sensors, he could perceive the subsonic symphony they created, a lullaby of frequencies designed to keep children safe. Oracle's voice came through his comlink. Interesting report from the Cathedral District. Third potential child abduction prevented this month. Witnesses say the children seemed to know to change their route moments before the suspicious vehicle appeared. Batman allowed himself a small smile. The gargoyles' protection extended beyond physical dangers. Children who felt watched over, who believed guardian spirits cared about their safety, walked with more confidence and awareness. Predators, sensing this invisible protection, often sought easier targets elsewhere. Torino's network is fully operational, he reported, beginning expansion into the Burnley district next month. Copy that, Oracle replied. By the way, there's a new addition to the Gargoyle Guardians website. Someone posted a theory that the gargoyles are actually a network of ancient spirits bound to protect Gotham's children. It's getting thousands of shares. Let them believe what they want, Batman said. Torino understood that faith and science aren't opposites. The gargoyles work because people believe in them, and people believe in them because they work. He thought about Lily Chen and her dream of creating new guardians. Already, architecture students were studying Torino's techniques, inspired by the revelation that buildings could be more than shelter, they could be active protectors. The next generation would carry forward the tradition, adding their own innovations to the city's defensive architecture. A movement below caught his eye. A teenager, walking alone, suddenly looked up at a gargoyle and decided to take a different street. Moments later, a gang of older teens passed through where he would have been. Another save for Torino's guardians, another life protected by stone and love and the ancient promise that someone was watching. Batman prepared to continue his patrol, but paused for one last look at the network spread below. Each gargoyle was a promise carved in stone, that children would be protected, that love could transcend death, that one man's grief could become a city's guardian angel. In the end, Giuseppe Torino had achieved something Batman himself struggled with nightly. He had found a way to be everywhere at once, to watch over those who needed protection, even when he couldn't physically be there. His gargoyles were more than art or architecture. They were love given form, loss transformed into an eternal vigil. As Batman disappeared into the night, the gargoyles maintained their watch. Lily Chen slept safely in her bed, her window guarded by stone wings. Across the district, 200 other children slept just as soundly, protected by a network of granite guardians whose creator had understood a fundamental truth, that the deepest magic was born, not from spells or supernatural forces, but from one broken heart's determination to prevent others from breaking the same way. The gargoyles would keep watching, their stone eyes seeing danger before it arrived, their acoustic warnings saving lives with subsonic whispers. They were Torino's children, carved from grief but breathing protection, ugly to some eyes but beautiful to those who understood their purpose. They would stand as long as Gotham stood, a testament to the power of transformed sorrow and the eternal vigilance of love. In her workshop, Maria Torino carefully restored another of her great-uncle's tools, preparing to pass it on to the next generation. The work would continue. The guardians would multiply. And somewhere in the night, a stone gargoyle's vibration would warn a child of danger, proving once again that in Gotham, even the buildings themselves joined the fight to protect the innocent. While Giuseppe Torino's gargoyles protected through stone and acoustic science, other guardians moved through Gotham's forgotten spaces, powered by different forms of love and loss. Deep beneath the city streets, in tunnels abandoned since 1962, witnesses reported a ghost train that ran only on the full moon, spectral lights cutting through darkness, phantom passengers visible in windows that should have been dark for decades. Those who glimpsed it spoke of an overwhelming urge to step back from unsafe platforms, to avoid certain tunnels, to heed warnings that came not from stone but from the very rails themselves. As Batman would soon discover, the phantom train was no supernatural phenomenon but something far more moving, a 60-year vigil maintained by those who refused to let their friends' deaths be meaningless. Join us for the phantom train. The full moon hung over Gotham like a tarnished silver coin, its light barely penetrating the maze of abandoned subway tunnels beneath the city. Maya Chen adjusted her headlamp and checked her equipment one more time. Camera, spare batteries, emergency beacon, and the hand-drawn map she'd bought from an old transit worker who claimed to know secrets about the underground that no official chart would show. Maya was 26, a graduate student in urban archaeology who spent her nights exploring Gotham's forgotten spaces. She documented abandoned stations, photographed ghost signs from defunct businesses, and collected stories from those who remembered when these tunnels thrummed with life instead of echoing with emptiness. Tonight, she was hunting the most elusive story of all, the phantom train of the B Line. The B Line had been closed since 1962, the year of the Great Collapse. 68 night shift workers, janitors, security guards, maintenance crews, all heading home after keeping Gotham running through the dark hours, had boarded the last train of their shift. They never made it home. A tunnel collapse between Mercy Station and Founders Square had swallowed the entire train. The bodies were never recovered, the tunnel sealed, the line abandoned. But on nights like this, when the full moon reached its apex, people reported seeing lights in the dead tunnels. More than lights, a complete train, glowing with spectral phosphorescence, passengers visible through windows that should have been dark for 60 years. The rational explanation was simple: urban legend, fueled by tragedy and the human need to make meaning from loss. But Maya had interviewed too many witnesses, had seen the earnest fear and wonder in their eyes, to dismiss it entirely. She descended through a maintenance hatch hidden behind a false wall in an abandoned warehouse. The metal ladder was slick with condensation, each rung a careful negotiation between safety and discovery. 20 feet down, her boots hit gravel, the old track bed, unchanged since the 60s. The tunnel stretched away in both directions, a throat of darkness that her headlamp could only partially illuminate. According to her research, she was 200 yards from Platform 7, one of the spots where the phantom train was most frequently sighted. She chose her direction and began walking, placing each foot carefully on the uneven ground. The silence was profound, broken only by the distant drip of water and the crunch of her footsteps. Maya had explored many abandoned places, but something about these tunnels felt different. It wasn't just the tragedy that had occurred here, it was something else, a sense of presence that made the hair on her arms stand up despite the warm air. She reached Platform 7 and hauled herself up onto the cracked concrete. The station had been beautiful once. Art Deco tiles still gleamed beneath decades of grime, and brass fixtures retained hints of their original luster. Wooden benches sat exactly where waiting passengers had left them 60 years ago, as if everyone had simply vanished mid-commute. Maya set up her camera, using a long exposure to capture the platform's eerie beauty. Through the viewfinder, she could imagine how it must have looked in its heyday, bustling with workers, bright with electric light, alive with the energy of a city that never slept. Now it was a tomb, a monument to lives cut short. She checked her watch, 11:47. According to the reports, the phantom train appeared at midnight, running the exact route of that final, fatal journey. Maya settled onto one of the benches to wait, her camera ready, her skepticism warring with an inexplicable anticipation. The minutes crawled by. 11:55, 11:58. Maya found herself holding her breath, straining to hear any sound in the tunnel's depths. At 11:59, she thought she felt a vibration through the bench, subtle as a heartbeat. Then, exactly at midnight, the tunnel began to glow. It started as a faint luminescence far down the track, like foxfire or bioluminescent algae. But it grew stronger, took shape, and Maya's rational mind struggled to process what her eyes were seeing. A train was emerging from the darkness, not solid but not quite translucent either. It existed in some liminal state between memory and reality, cast in pale blue light that hurt to look at directly. The locomotive passed platform 7 with stately grace, and Maya saw the passengers. They sat in rows, heads bent as if reading or sleeping, dressed in the styles of 60 years past. She raised her camera instinctively, but her hands were trembling too badly to focus. This wasn't supposed to be real. Urban legends weren't supposed to manifest with such clarity, such devastating presence. As the last car passed, Maya felt an overwhelming compulsion. Without conscious thought, she found herself stepping back from the platform edge, pressing against the tiled wall. The urge was so strong it felt like hands pushing her, like voices whispering urgent warnings in frequencies she couldn't quite hear. Seconds after the phantom train vanished into the southern tunnel, a deep rumbling shook the station. Concrete dust rained from the ceiling, and a section of the platform where Maya had been standing simply collapsed, falling onto the tracks below with a crash that echoed through the tunnels like thunder. Maya stood frozen against the wall, her mind racing. The phantom train hadn't just appeared, it had warned her. Somehow, impossibly, it had known the platform was about to fail and had compelled her to safety. She should have fled then, returned to the surface and never looked back. But Maya was a researcher at heart, and this mystery demanded investigation. She carefully made her way around the collapsed section and continued deeper into the tunnels, following the path the phantom train had taken. Aisles above, in the Batcave, Bruce Wayne studied reports that had been accumulating for decades. The phantom train was one of Gotham's most persistent urban legends, but unlike most such stories, this one came with a disturbing pattern of corroborated sightings and, more importantly, a track record of apparent warnings. 17 verified instances in the last 5 years, Bruce murmured, scrolling through the data. Each time, witnesses report being compelled to avoid certain areas moments before structural failures, flooding, or other dangers. Alfred peered over his shoulder at the screen, rather benevolent for a ghost story. Most spectral locomotives in folklore bring doom, not salvation, which is what makes this interesting, Bruce replied. Ghost stories reflect the fears and needs of the communities that create them, but this one seems engineered to protect, not frighten. That suggests conscious design rather than organic folklore. He pulled up historical records of the 1962 collapse. The official story was straightforward: aging infrastructure, a small earthquake, tragic timing. But Bruce had learned to distrust simple explanations for Gotham tragedies. He dug deeper, accessing sealed city records and construction reports from the era. What he found made him sit back in his chair. The tunnel that collapsed hadn't been properly inspected in years despite multiple safety warnings. The construction company responsible for maintenance had mob connections. There were indications that substandard materials had been used in repairs, with the savings pocketed by corrupt officials. The 68 who died weren't victims of an accident, Bruce said grimly. They were victims of systematic neglect and greed. And now they warn others away from similar dangers, Alfred suggested. A rather elaborate form of haunting. Bruce shook his head. I don't believe in ghosts, Alfred, but I do believe in the power of human dedication. Someone is creating this phenomenon, maintaining it, using it to protect people from the underground's dangers. I need to find out who. He suited up and headed into the tunnels through one of the many hidden entrances he'd mapped over the years. Batman moved through the abandoned system with practiced ease, his cowl's sensors mapping structural integrity as he went. The beeline was indeed dangerous. 6 decades of neglect had left many sections on the verge of collapse. As he approached Platform 7, his sensors detected something unexpected: recent footprints in the decades-old dust and, more surprisingly, faint electromagnetic readings consistent with sophisticated projection equipment. Batman found Maya Chen before she found the source of the phantom train. She was navigating a particularly treacherous section of tunnel when he appeared from the shadows, causing her to nearly drop her camera. "You shouldn't be here," he said in his graveled voice. Maya, to her credit, recovered quickly from the shock. "Neither should you, technically. These tunnels are city property, closed to unauthorized personnel." She paused, then added, "Though I suppose Batman has different rules." "A phantom train," Batman said, not wasting time on preliminaries. "You saw it. It wasn't a question." But Maya nodded. "It saved my life. The platform collapsed right where I'd been standing. The train, it warned me somehow." Batman studied her, recognizing the mix of scientific curiosity and shaken worldview in her expression. "What's your interest in this?" "I'm documenting Gotham's abandoned infrastructure," Maya explained. "The stories people tell about these places, how urban legends develop around tragedy. But this," she gestured helplessly at the tunnel around them, "this isn't just a story." "No," Batman agreed, "it's not. Follow me and stay close. These tunnels are more dangerous than you know." Together, they went deeper into the system, following traces Batman's sensors detected: electromagnetic signatures, recent maintenance on supposedly abandoned equipment, and paths through the tunnels that showed regular foot traffic, despite the official abandonment. They found the first projection room, hidden behind what appeared to be a collapsed wall but was actually a carefully constructed facade. Batman's scanners revealed the truth: a narrow passage that led to a chamber filled with equipment that was a fascinating mix of decades. The core of the system was vintage 1960s technology: massive projection reels, analog control boards, vacuum tube amplifiers. But it had been continuously upgraded over the years, with newer components carefully integrated to maintain the original functionality while expanding its capabilities. The attention to detail was extraordinary, the work of devoted craftsmen who understood both the technical and emotional requirements of their task. "This is incredible," Maya breathed, her academic excitement overcoming her caution. "It's like a technological archaeological site, showing 60 years of continuous modification and improvement." Batman was examining a logbook left open on a desk. The entries were meticulous, written in different hands over the decades, documenting every appearance of the phantom train, every upgrade to the system, every life saved by its warnings. "May 15th, 1993, he read aloud. "Warned 3 urban explorers away from Section 9 before roof collapse. All safe." The watch continues. September 3rd, 2008. Family of homeless individuals redirected from unstable area. Modified projection angle to better cover Platform 12. They never knew how close they came to disaster. We remember for them. January 22nd, 2020. System showing age, but holding. New thermal sensors installed to better detect human presence. The 68 would be proud of how many we've saved in their name. Maya was documenting everything with her camera, her hands steady now with purpose. They've been doing this for 60 years, maintaining this illusion, using it to protect people. But who are they? Batman found the answer in a photograph tucked into the logbook. A group of men and women in transit worker uniforms, dated 1963. Their faces showed the kind of grief that carved permanent lines, but also determination. A handwritten note on the back read, "The survivors, we who should have been on that train, we who live because we traded shifts, called in sick, ran late. We carry their memory and their duty." Survivors' guilt transformed into guardian action, Batman said quietly. The workers who escaped the disaster devoted themselves to preventing others from suffering the same fate. They found more evidence as they explored the projection room. Detailed maps of the tunnel system annotated with danger zones, updated regularly. Technical manuals for maintaining the projection equipment. Training documents for new members of what they called the Watch. And most remarkably, a communication system that connected multiple projection rooms throughout the tunnel network. Batman activated the communication system and immediately a voice crackled through speakers that had to be original to the installation. Station 4 checking in, who's there? Nobody should be in Station 2 tonight. Before Batman could respond, another voice joined. It's okay, Eddie, I've got visual on them. It's the Batman, and that young woman who's been mapping the tunnels. They knew about Maya. They'd been watching, protecting her just as they protected everyone who entered their domain. This is Batman, he said into the microphone. We mean no harm to your operation. We're here to understand. There was a long pause, then the first voice, Eddie, spoke again. Projection Room 1, main control. 2 levels down, old dispatcher's office. I'll meet you there. Time you knew the whole story. The journey to Projection Room 1 took them through sections of tunnel that showed decades of careful maintenance hidden beneath apparent decay. What looked like random graffiti was actually a sophisticated marking system indicating safe paths. Seemingly collapsed sections had been reinforced from behind, creating barriers to dangerous areas while maintaining the illusion of abandonment. They found Eddie Kowalski in the main control room, an 82-year-old man whose hands moved across the vintage equipment with the certainty of long practice. The room was larger than the first, centered around a massive projection system that could create the full illusion of the Phantom train. 60 years I've been doing this, Eddie said without turning around. 60 years since I called in sick with food poisoning and missed my shift on the last train. 68 friends died because the city was too cheap and corrupt to maintain the tunnels properly. We survivors decided their deaths would mean something. He finally turned to face them, and Batman saw eyes that held the weight of decades but also the clarity of purpose. Started simple, Eddie continued. We'd patrol the tunnels, chase people out of dangerous areas, but that wasn't enough. People kept coming, kept getting hurt. Then Marty, he was an electrician, suggested we use the old emergency lighting system to create warnings. One thing led to another, and the Phantom train was born. Maya had lowered her camera, sensing this was a story that demanded human attention, not documentation. How many of you are there? Started with 23 survivors, Eddie replied. Now we're down to 4 originals, but we've recruited others over the years. Transit workers who understand the duty, urban explorers who've been saved by our warnings and want to give back, engineers who help us maintain and upgrade the systems. Maybe 30 active members at any given time. He showed them the full scope of the operation. Multiple projection stations that could create the train illusion at different points. A complex sensor network that detected human presence and structural dangers. Communication systems that let watchers coordinate responses. And most impressively, detailed records of every life saved. 4,317, Eddie said proudly. That's how many people we've warned away from danger over 60 years. Each one is a small victory against the negligence that killed our friends. Batman studied the projection equipment more closely. The train appears solid enough to be convincing, but the real genius is in the psychological effect. The subsonic frequencies, the electromagnetic fields, they create a compulsion to move away from danger. Eddie smiled for the first time. Marty figured that out. Same principle as those devices that keep pigeons off buildings, but tuned for human psychology. The visual is just to give their brains a reason for the feeling. People need a story to make sense of their instincts. But why maintain the illusion? Maya asked. Why not just put up warning signs, official barriers? You think the city would spend money maintaining safety systems in abandoned tunnels? Eddie's voice turned bitter. Same city that let our friends die rather than fix known problems. No, the Phantom train works because it exists outside the system, because it can't be bureaucratized or budget cut out of existence. He He led them to a wall covered with photographs, the 68 who died, frozen in time. But around them were other photos, thousands of them, showing the people saved by the phantom train. Families who'd avoided cave-ins, urban explorers redirected from deadly drops, homeless individuals warned away from toxic areas. Each one of these people got to go home because the phantom train warned them. Eddie said, "That's our monument to the 68. Not a plaque or a statue, but lives saved, families preserved, futures protected." Batman found himself moved by the dedication. These workers had turned their grief into Gotham's most elaborate and effective safety system, maintained not by the city, but by pure human devotion. "Your system is degrading," he observed. "The 60s-era equipment won't last forever, and you're running out of people who understand how to maintain it." Eddie nodded sadly. "We know. Every year it gets harder. The younger recruits try, but they don't have the connection we do. They didn't lose friends in that tunnel. They don't hear Tommy's laugh or remember how Maria always brought extra sandwiches to share. Without that personal connection, it's just old machines in dark tunnels. What if," Batman said slowly, "we could preserve both the system and the memory, update the technology while maintaining the mission?" Maya caught on immediately. "Document everything, create training programs, establish an endowment for maintenance, turn it from an informal network into a permanent institution, without losing the soul of it," Batman added, seeing Eddie's concern. "The city doesn't need to know. The legend of the phantom train is part of what makes it effective, but we can ensure it continues long after we're gone," Eddie finished. "It's something we've talked about, whether to let the train die with us or find a way to make it immortal." Over the following hours, they developed a plan. The Wayne Foundation would create a historical transit preservation society that would officially maintain archived equipment and document urban folklore. Unofficially, it would fund and support the Phantom Train network. Maya would create a comprehensive oral history project, recording the stories of every surviving member of the Watch. Their memories, their methods, their dedication would be preserved for future generations of Guardians. Batman would integrate the Phantom Train's sensor network into his own city-wide monitoring system, providing technical support and upgrades while maintaining the aesthetic and emotional authenticity of the original projections. "The projection timing is crucial," Eddie explained as he showed Batman the control mechanisms. "It has to run the exact route at the exact speed of that last train. That's what gives it power. It's not just any ghost train. It's their train, still trying to make it home." They spent the night going through every aspect of the operation. Eddie introduced them to other members of the Watch via the communication system, men and women of various ages, united by their commitment to protecting people in the dark places of Gotham. One of them, Sarah Martinez, had been saved by the Phantom Train as a child. "Whole 1985, she said over the radio. "I was 12. Exploring where I shouldn't have been. The train appeared, and I felt this overwhelming need to get out. 5 minutes later, the whole section flooded from a burst water main. The train saved my life, so I've spent my adult life returning the favor." Another, Jackson Wu, was a structural engineer who'd stumbled upon the Watch while investigating the tunnels for the city. They were doing assessments the city should have been doing, maintaining safety in abandoned places. "I couldn't walk away from that kind of dedication." As dawn approached, Batman, Maya, and Eddie stood in the main projection room, watching the equipment power down after another night's vigil. "Will you tell people," Eddie asked, "about what we really are?" "No," Batman said firmly. "The Phantom Train is more powerful as a mystery. People need their legends, their ghost stories that turn out to be guardian angels. What you've built here transcends simple safety equipment. It's become part of Gotham's soul." Maya nodded agreement. "I'll document everything for preservation, but my public work will maintain the mystery. Urban legends serve important psychological functions. The Phantom Train teaches people to trust their instincts in dangerous places, to believe that even in tragedy, protection can emerge." Eddie smiled. relief visible on his weathered face. The 68 would like that. They were simple people, my friends. They didn't want fame or recognition. They just wanted to do their jobs and get home safe. Now they help others do the same. As they prepared to leave, Eddie handed Batman a key, an old-fashioned brass transit key, worn smooth by decades of handling. Master control key, he explained, works in any of our projection rooms. You're part of the watch now. When we're gone, someone needs to keep the train running. Batman accepted the key solemnly, understanding the weight of trust it represented. They emerged from the tunnels as the sun rose over Gotham, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Maya looked exhausted but exhilarated, her entire academic focus transformed by the night's discoveries. I came looking for a ghost story, she said. I found something so much more. Those people down there maintaining their vigil year after year, saving lives without recognition. They're heroes. Gotham has many heroes, Batman replied. Not all of them wear capes or make headlines. Sometimes heroism is as simple as refusing to let others suffer what you've endured. Maya returned to her university with a new mission. Her thesis on urban folklore would include the Phantom Train, but she would also begin the deeper work of preserving the Watch's legacy. She interviewed every member, documented every technical innovation, created archives that would ensure the knowledge survived even if the original equipment eventually failed. So Batman integrated the Phantom Train network into his own operations. Tipbul in Tipbius. Phantom Train network into his own operations. When his sensors detected someone entering dangerous sections of the abandoned tunnels, he could trigger the projections remotely, maintaining the illusion even when watch members couldn't respond in time. He also began subtle infrastructure improvements, reinforcing dangerous areas while maintaining the appearance of abandonment. The tunnels would remain closed. Some parts of Gotham were too dangerous for official rehabilitation, but they would be safer for those who ventured in regardless. The Wayne Foundation's Historical Transit Preservation Society launched with minimal fanfare, just another of Bruce Wayne's eccentric charitable ventures. But the funding it provided transformed the Watch's capabilities. New projection equipment that perfectly replicated the original effects while being more reliable. Advanced sensors that could detect structural issues before they became critical. Training programs that ensured the knowledge would pass to new generations. Eddie Kowalski lived to see the transformation, passing away peacefully 3 years later, with the knowledge that the Phantom Train would continue its runs long after the last original Watch member was gone. His funeral was attended by hundreds of people who'd been saved by the train, members of the Watch and those who simply respected the quiet dedication of a man who'd turned tragedy into protection. Maya Chen became the unofficial historian of Gotham's protective folklore, documenting not just the Phantom Train but other instances where tragedy had been transformed into guardian legends. She discovered that the Watch wasn't unique. Throughout Gotham, small groups maintained various protective traditions, creating an invisible network of civilian guardians. But the Phantom Train remained the most elaborate and effective, its ghostly runs protecting new generations from the dangers lurking in Gotham's abandoned places. Urban explorers shared stories of encounters, each adding to the legend. The train that warned them away from danger, that saved their lives without explanation, that proved that even in Gotham's darkest corners, someone was watching out for the innocent. On full moon nights, Batman would sometimes position himself where he could watch the projections run. The technology was modern now, but the effect remained unchanged. A pale blue train carrying phantom passengers through tunnels of memory, warning the living away from the dangers that had claimed the dead. It was, he reflected, one of Gotham's most elegant protective systems. Born from grief, maintained by love, powered by the simple refusal to let tragedy repeat. The 68 workers who died in 1962 had become eternal guardians, their last journey transformed into an endless vigil. The Watch continued, its members changing, but its mission constant. They maintained the projections, monitored the dangers, saved lives in the darkness. They were Gotham's most dedicated transit workers, operating a ghost train that ran on rails of light and duty, carrying passengers who would never arrive but would never stop trying to protect others from sharing their fate. And in the abandoned tunnels beneath the city, the phantom train ran its eternal route. Those who saw it rarely understood what they were witnessing. Not a haunting but a gift, not a ghost but a guardian, not the dead trying to scare but the living refusing to let death win. The train would run as long as Gotham stood and people ventured into dangerous places. It would appear in flashes of blue light and electromagnetic certainty, warning of dangers ahead, urging the living to step back, to take another path, to go home safe. Because that's all the 68 had wanted, to finish their shift and go home. Now, through the dedication of those who survived and those who carried on their work, they ensured others could do what they couldn't. The phantom train was their eternal shift, their last act of service, their light in the darkness guiding others to safety. While the phantom train protected Gotham's underground with projections of light and electromagnetic warnings, older guardians whispered through the city's walls themselves. In the pre-war apartment buildings where refugees had built new lives after fleeing unimaginable horrors, residents spoke of walls that offered counsel, soft voices warning of dangers, urging compassion, reminding the lonely that they were not alone. These whispers weren't supernatural manifestations but something more remarkable, a communication network built into the very bones of the buildings by those who had learned that survival meant listening to the smallest sounds. Join us for the whispering walls. The radiator clanged its familiar midnight rhythm in apartment 4B, but James Kim barely noticed anymore. After 6 months in the old Riverside Heights building, he'd grown accustomed to the symphony of sounds that came with pre-war architecture, the settling of ancient wood, the whisper of wind through original window frames, the conversations that traveled through thin walls from neighboring units. What he hadn't grown accustomed to were the other whispers, the ones that seemed to come from the walls themselves. James sat at his small desk, medical textbooks spread before him, trying to focus on tomorrow's anatomy exam. 3rd year of medical school was brutal enough without distractions, but tonight the walls seemed particularly talkative. Not in words exactly, but in suggestions, in feelings that arrived fully formed in his mind. Check on Mrs. Chen, came the not-quite voice, a sensation more than a sound. He tried to ignore it. Mrs. Chen lived in 4D, just down the hall. She was probably fine. The 80-year-old woman was tough as nails, a fixture in the building for longer than most residents had been alive. But the feeling persisted, growing from suggestion to insistence. James sighed, closed his textbook, and stood. He'd learned over the past weeks that the walls were usually right. The last time he'd ignored them, he'd found out the next day that Mr. Petrosky in 3A had fallen and lain on his floor for hours before someone heard his calls for help. The guilt had eaten at him. If he'd just listened to the walls, checked on his neighbor, the old man might have avoided a lengthy hospital stay. He knocked on Mrs. Chen's door. No answer. The whispers grew more urgent, and James found himself trying the doorknob. It was unlocked, unusual for the security-conscious Mrs. Chen. Mrs. Chen, he called, stepping into the apartment. The layout was identical to his own, but where his space was sparse and functional, hers was rich with decades of living. Photographs covered every surface, textiles from various cultures draped the furniture, and the smell of jasmine tea lingered in the air. He found her in the kitchen, on the floor, conscious but unable to get up. Her face showed pain, but also relief at seeing him. "My hip," she said simply. "I knew someone would come. The walls said so." James called an ambulance, stayed with her until the paramedics arrived, rode with her to the hospital. It wasn't until hours later, returning to his apartment as dawn broke, that he really processed what she'd said. The walls had told her someone would come. She heard them too. The next evening, Mrs. Chen's granddaughter knocked on his door. Amy Chen was about his age, a social worker who divided her time between her job and caring for her grandmother. "Thank you," she said, handing him a container of homemade dumplings. The doctors said if Grandma had been on that floor much longer, the outcome could have been very different. She keeps saying the walls told her you'd come, that they told you to check on her. Hall James hesitated, then decided on honesty. They did. I know how that sounds, but this building, there's something about the walls, they whisper. Instead of looking at him like he was crazy, Amy nodded slowly. Grandma's been saying that for years. Most people think it's dementia, but she's sharp as ever. She says the building talks to those who listen, warns them about danger, tells them when neighbors need help. Does she know why? James asked. I've been researching the building's history, but I can't find anything unusual. Built in 1938, standard pre-war construction. Nothing remarkable in the records. Amy smiled. That's because you're looking at the wrong records. Come to dinner tomorrow night. Grandma wants to thank you properly, and she says it's time someone else learned the building's real history. Miles away, in the Batcave, Bruce Wayne was investigating a different pattern. Over the past several months, he'd noticed an unusual trend in certain Gotham neighborhoods. Emergency response times in specific pre-war buildings were remarkably fast, not because official services arrived quickly, but because neighbors always seemed to know when someone was in trouble. Riverside Heights, Crown Gardens, Little Prague, he murmured, marking locations on his map. All built between 1935 and 1948. All showing the same pattern of preemptive neighbor intervention. Alfred studied the data over his shoulder. Perhaps these communities simply maintain stronger social bonds. Older buildings often foster closer relationships among residents. Perhaps Bruce agreed. But look at the timing. Mrs. Rodriguez in Crown Gardens called for help for her neighbor exactly 3 minutes before the man's heart attack. James Kim checked on Mrs. Chen moments after her fall, despite being in a different apartment with no way to hear it. These aren't just attentive neighbors, they're receiving information somehow. He pulled up architectural records for the buildings in question. They showed standard construction for the era, nothing remarkable. But Bruce had learned that in Gotham, the unremarkable often hid the most interesting secrets. I'll investigate tonight, he decided. Start with Riverside Heights. According to hospital records, they've had 7 instances of timely neighbor intervention in the past month alone. That evening, James Kim knocked on Mrs. Chen's hospital room door. She was sitting up in bed, looking remarkably well for someone who'd just had hip surgery. Amy was there, along with an elderly man James didn't recognize. James, Mrs. Chen smiled warmly. Come, meet my old friend, Anna Petrov. She's the one who taught me to listen to the walls. Anna Petrov was 85 years old, with silver hair pulled back in a neat bun and eyes that seemed to see through to his soul. She studied James with an intensity that made him want to stand straighter. So, she said in accented English, you hear them too. Good. We need young blood to carry on the tradition. What tradition? James asked. Taking the seat Amy offered him, Anna and Mrs. Chen exchanged glances, conducting one of those silent conversations that only old friends could manage. Finally, Anna nodded. First, you must understand where we came from, Anna began. I arrived in Gotham in 1946, refugee from the siege of Leningrad. Mrs. Chen, though she was not Mrs. Chen then, came in 1948 from Shanghai. Many others too from across Europe and Asia, all carrying the weight of surviving when millions did not. She paused, her eyes distant with memory. We had learned during the war to listen, to really listen. The difference between bomber engines and transport planes. The way footsteps sounded when soldiers were hunting versus merely patrolling. The change in a building's settling that meant it was about to collapse. Our survival depended on hearing what others missed. Mrs. Chen picked up the thread. When we came to Gotham, we were placed in buildings like Riverside Heights. Dozens of refugee families, all trying to build new lives. But the trauma doesn't leave just because the war ends. We still listened, still heard dangers everywhere. At first we thought we were going mad, Anna continued, hearing threats that weren't there, warnings with no source. But then we realized we weren't imagining things. We were hearing each other, our heightened awareness, our need to protect, our survivor's instinct. It had created something. James leaned forward, fascinated. A communication network. More than that, Anna said. We discovered that buildings carry sound in ways most people never notice. Every pipe, every wall, every beam is a conductor. What sounds like random settling to normal ears became a language to us. We learned to tap messages through the radiators, to use the air vents to carry warnings, to make the walls themselves whisper. Amy spoke up. My grandmother taught me some of it when I was young. I thought it was a game, learning to interpret the building's sounds, to send simple messages through the pipes. It wasn't until I was older that I understood it was a survival mechanism passed down from those who'd lived through unimaginable horrors. But the whispers, James said, they're not just pipes and tapping. I hear actual warnings, feelings, intuitions that turn out to be right. Anna smiled. That's where it gets interesting. You see, when enough people believe in something, when they pour their intention and need into it, it can become more than the sum of its parts. We created the physical network, yes, but our collective need for protection, our shared trauma and determination to keep each other safe, it gave that network a kind of consciousness. She stood, moving to the hospital room's wall with surprising grace for her age. Every building where refugees settled developed its own personality based on the needs and fears of its residents. Riverside Heights, with its concentration of war survivors, became particularly protective. FTs, you see, the walls learned from us, evolved with us, became what we needed them to be, to demonstrate, and now placed her hand on the wall and tapped a complex rhythm. The sound traveled through the hospital's structure, and moments later they heard an answering tap from somewhere else in the building. That was my friend Mikhail, Analp explained. He's visiting his grandson 2 floors up. I asked if all was well. He confirmed. Simple messages, but they can save lives. James was processing this information when the room's walls suddenly came alive with urgent whispers, not in the hospital, but somehow carrying from Riverside Heights miles away. Both Analpit's Mrs. Chen stiffened, their faces alert. Fire. Analpit's don't see. 3rd floor. Kitchen. Someone fell asleep cooking. Without hesitation, Amy pulled out her phone and called a neighbor in the building. Within minutes, they had confirmation. Smoke in 3C. Resident evacuated safely. Fire department on the way. The walls had carried the warning across the city to those who needed to hear it. That night, Batman entered Riverside Heights through a maintenance access, his sensors actively scanning for any technological explanation for the building's communication network. What he found was both simpler and more complex than he'd expected. The building was indeed alive with sound, subtle vibrations traveling through every surface, creating a constant low-level hum that most people would never consciously notice. But there was a pattern to it. A rhythm that suggested intentional communication rather than random noise. He made his way through the building's infrastructure, mapping the acoustic properties. In the basement, he discovered modifications that weren't on any blueprint, additional pipes installed with specific acoustic properties, resonance chambers built into the walls, even small mechanical devices designed to amplify and direct sound. Ingenious, he murmured, recognizing the handiwork of people who'd learned to create communication networks from whatever materials were available. This was partisan engineering, refugee innovation, the kind of practical solutions that emerged from desperate necessity. As he examined a particularly clever acoustic relay built into the building's main support beam, he heard footsteps. Batman melted into the shadows as an elderly man descended the stairs, moving with the careful precision of someone who knew every creaky board. The man, Mikhail Volkov, according to the building's resident records, went straight to one of the hidden devices and began adjusting it with practiced hands. He was tuning it, Batman realized, maintaining the system that had been built decades ago. You can come out, Mikhail said, without turning around. The walls told me you were here. They say you're not a threat, that you protect people like we do. Batman emerged from the shadows. Mikhail showed no surprise at the sight of Gotham's vigilante in his basement. "You're one of the original builders," Batman said. "It wasn't a question." Mikhail nodded. 1947. I was 22, fresh from displaced persons camp. Anna Petrov and we discovered the building's acoustic properties by accident. Started using them to check on each other. So many of us had nightmares, you see. Needed to know we weren't alone. He continued his maintenance as he talked. Others joined. Engineers, musicians, anyone who understood sound. We built the network piece by piece, taught our children, created something that would outlast us. The warnings, Batman said. The walls actually tell people about dangers they can't physically perceive. Mikhail smiled. "You're thinking too literally." "Yes, we tap messages, use the pipes, create physical vibrations. But when dozens of traumatized people pour their need for safety into a building for decades, when generations of residents train themselves to listen with their whole being, something more emerges." He finished his adjustment and turned to face Batman fully. "Call it collective consciousness, call it induced intuition, call it whatever makes you comfortable. The result is the same. People in danger get warned, neighbors in need get help, and the community survives." They climbed back to the main floor, where several residents had gathered in the lobby. Word had spread, through the walls naturally, that Batman was in the building. But instead of fear or excitement, the residents showed calm acceptance. Anna Petrov was there, having returned from the hospital to coordinate the response to the earlier fire warning. She studied Batman with the same intensity she'd shown James. "So," she said, "the city's protector discovers the building's protectors. What will you do with this knowledge?" "Learn from it," Batman replied. "Your network is more effective than many of my early warning systems." "How many buildings in Gotham have similar networks?" 17 that we maintain contact with, Anna said. Each developed independently but along similar lines. Wherever refugees gathered, wherever people who'd learned to listen for danger built new lives, the walls learned to whisper. She led him to her apartment, where one wall was covered with what looked like abstract art, but was actually a map of Gotham's whispering buildings. Lines connected them, showing how messages could travel from building to building through shared infrastructure and sympathetic residents. "We've saved hundreds of lives over the decades," Anna said proudly. "Heart attacks detected by changes in breathing patterns transmitted through floors. Fires caught before smoke alarms by residents who felt the wall's urgency. Domestic violence interrupted by neighbors who heard what abusers thought were silent attacks." Old Batman was impressed by the sophistication. "You've created a city-wide nervous system based on acoustic engineering and heightened perception. And trauma," Anna added quietly. "Never forget the trauma. It's what made us listeners in the first place, what drove us to build this. We survived by hearing death coming. Now we help others survive by hearing danger approach." Over the following weeks, Batman worked with the building networks to understand their system fully. He learned the tapping codes, the acoustic signatures of different dangers, the ways residents had learned to interpret the wall's whispers. James Kim became his primary contact among the younger generation. The medical student had thrown himself into learning the system with academic rigor, documenting patterns and teaching other young residents. "It's like learning a new language," James explained as he showed Batman his notes. "But instead of words, you're interpreting vibrations, air pressure changes, the building's moods. Mrs. Chen says I'm a natural, apparently medical training helps. We're used to listening to bodies, and buildings are just bigger bodies." Batman helped modernize certain aspects of the system without losing its essential character. Subtle upgrades to the acoustic chambers that extended their range, new materials that conducted sound more efficiently, integration with his own monitoring systems that could provide additional warning for dangers the walls might miss. But he was careful not to over-technologize. The system's power came from its human element, the generations of care and attention that had created something more than mere engineering. One night, while conducting routine maintenance in the Riverside Heights basement with Mikhail, Batman asked the question that had been nagging him. The collective consciousness aspect. Do you really believe the buildings have become aware that the walls truly whisper on their own? Mikhail paused in his work, considering, does it matter? Whether it's our unconscious minds processing subtle cues and manifesting them as whispers, or whether our need actually gave the buildings a form of awareness, the result is the same. People are warned, lives are saved. The mechanism is less important than the outcome. He resumed working, then added, but since you ask, yes, I believe we changed these buildings. Stone and steel and wood don't naturally care about human life. But when you fill them with people who've learned that caring for others is the only way to survive, when you pour decades of protective intention into every beam and brick, why shouldn't they learn to care too? The proof came 2 weeks later. A gas leak developed in the basement of Crown Gardens, one of the sister buildings in the network. It was 3 in the morning, most residents asleep. The leak was slow, insidious, the kind that could kill an entire building's worth of people before anyone noticed. But the walls noticed. Across 5 different buildings, residents woke with the overwhelming urge to check on Crown Gardens. Phone calls were made. The building's whisper network activated. Within minutes, the evacuation began, not in panic, but with the orderly efficiency of people who trusted their walls' warnings. Batman arrived to find the residents gathered safely outside, fire department already on scene. No one could explain how they'd known, just that the walls had screamed with an urgency none had ever felt before. 73 people, Fire Chief Martinez told Batman, all evacuated before gas levels became dangerous. When we asked how they knew, they just said the building told them. Damnedest thing I've ever seen. Later, analyzing the incident, Batman found something remarkable in his sensor data. At the moment the gas leak began, acoustic anomalies had appeared not just in Crown Gardens but in all 17 buildings of the Whisper network. The buildings had, somehow, shared the information instantaneously across miles of city. It shouldn't be possible, he told Anna Petrov. Sound doesn't travel that way, not without a medium. Anna smiled. You're still thinking like an engineer. These aren't just buildings anymore. They're a community, 17 structures inhabited by thousands of people who've trained themselves to listen and care. When one is in danger, they all feel it, because we've made them extensions of ourselves. The Whisper network continued to evolve. Young residents like James created smartphone apps that could help interpret the wall's messages for those still learning the language. Artists incorporated the whisper patterns into installations that made the building's protective nature visible. Social workers used the network to identify residents in crisis before they reached breaking points. Bruce Wayne's charitable foundation quietly funded building improvements that enhanced the acoustic properties without disrupting the organic system. Scholarships were established for young residents who showed aptitude for learning the whisper language, ensuring the knowledge would pass to future generations. But the most significant development came from an unexpected source. Dr. Leslie Tompkins, running a clinic in Crown Gardens, noticed that residents of Whisper buildings showed markedly lower rates of anxiety and depression than similar populations. They feel protected, she explained to Bruce, not just by their neighbors but by their environment itself. The buildings give them a sense of being held, of living within something that actively cares about their well-being. It's remarkable therapy, really, an entire structure designed to notice and respond to human distress. James Kim, now in his residency, began researching the medical implications. He found that children who grew up in Whisper buildings developed enhanced acoustic perception and stronger community bonds. Elderly residents showed lower rates of isolation-related health problems. The buildings weren't just protecting physical safety, they were nurturing mental and emotional health. One evening, Batman found himself on the roof of Riverside Heights, looking out over the constellation of buildings that comprised the Whisper network. Each one glowed softly in his cowl's enhanced vision, showing the thermal signatures of hundreds of lives interconnected through walls that had learned to care. Oracle's voice came through his comlink. Interesting report from Little Prague. Residents prevented a child abduction, said the walls warned them about the stranger. By the time police arrived, The suspect was surrounded by a very protective crowd of neighbors. The network is expanding, Batman observed. Buildings that weren't originally part of it are beginning to show similar patterns. Maybe that's how it works, Oracle suggested. Care and attention are contagious. When people see that listening to their environment and each other keeps everyone safer, they start doing it too. The walls learn to whisper because people teach them through decades of careful attention. As he prepared to continue his patrol, Batman heard something, a whisper from the building beneath him, carried through steel and stone and the accumulated intentions of decades. It wasn't words exactly, but a feeling, a sense of acknowledgement from one protector to another. He placed a gloved hand on the building's roof, feeling the subtle vibrations that connected this structure to others across the city. The Whisper Network was Gotham's hidden nervous system, created by those who'd learned that survival meant listening for the smallest sounds, watching for the slightest dangers, and never ever ignoring a neighbor in need. Anna Petrov had said it best: "We survived by hearing death coming. Now we help others survive by hearing danger approach." The buildings would keep whispering as long as people remembered to listen. They would carry warnings through pipes and walls, through air vents and elevator shafts, through the very bones of the structures that sheltered Gotham's vulnerable. Each whisper was a promise from the past to the future, that those who had survived would help others do the same, that the walls themselves would remember the lessons written in refugee hearts and transmit them to anyone willing to hear. In medical school, James Kim began teaching other students the basics of building language. He called it architectural diagnostics, learning to read a building's health the way doctors read bodies. His professors were skeptical until he demonstrated how he could identify structural problems, gas leaks, and even pest infestations just by listening to the walls. Buildings are alive, he would tell his classmates. Not in a mystical way, but in a practical one. They're inhabited by living beings who pour their emotions, their needs, their fears into every surface. After enough time, the building learns to reflect those needs back. The walls whisper because we taught them our language of care. The expansion continued organically. A refugee family from a recent conflict moved into a Whisper building and immediately recognized the familiar patterns. The hypervigilance transformed into community protection, the trauma repurposed as wisdom. They added their own techniques learned in their homeland, enriching the Whisper language with new dialects of survival. Batman incorporated the Whisper network into his broader protection of Gotham. When the walls detected dangers his technology might miss, the subtle signs of elder abuse, the particular silence that preceded suicide attempts, the acoustic signature of domestic violence, the information flowed through the network to those who could help. It wasn't a perfect system. Some dangers were too sudden for whispers, some residents too isolated to hear. But for thousands of Gothamites living in these listening buildings, the walls provided something precious, the certainty that they were not alone, that their home itself was an active participant in keeping them safe. Years later, when urban planners studied why certain Gotham neighborhoods showed such remarkable resilience despite poverty and crime, they would puzzle over the statistics. How did these old buildings foster such strong communities? Why did residents report feeling safer despite objective dangers? The answer whispered through the walls in languages born of necessity and nurtured by care, in the voices of refugees who had transformed their trauma into Gotham's most intimate protection system. The buildings remembered everything, every tap, every warning, every life saved by someone who heard the walls whisper and chose to listen. And in the quiet hours of the night, when the city slept and dangers crept through shadows, the walls continued their vigil. They whispered to the wakeful, hummed lullabies to the restless, and sang silent songs of protection to all who dwelt within their care. They were Gotham's hidden guardians, shaped by human need and sustained by human love, proof that sometimes the best protection comes not from advanced technology or superhuman abilities, but from the simple act of listening, really listening to each other and to the spaces we inhabit. The walls would keep whispering as long as people needed to hear them, as long as refugees taught their children to listen, as long as neighbors cared enough to heed the warnings carried through pipes and beams. They were architecture transformed by intention, buildings that had learned the most human of skills, how to care for those who sheltered within them. While the walls of Gotham's refugee buildings whispered warnings through acoustic innovation and collective care, another kind of protection emerged from the city's deepest wound. Crime Alley, the narrow street where Thomas and Martha Wayne died, had become something unprecedented in urban history, a place where violence simply failed to function on one specific night each year. As Batman would discover, the anniversary of his parents' murder had transformed from a site of tragedy into a gathering point for an unconscious army of guardians, all drawn by debts that could only be repaid through protection. Join us for the shadow in Crime Alley. The rain had stopped an hour ago, leaving Crime Alley slick with reflected neon and the particular shimmer that Gotham's streets acquired after midnight. Officer Gabriel Martinez stood at the corner of Park Row, checking his watch. 11:47 p.m. In 13 minutes, it would be the anniversary. Another year marking the night Thomas and Martha Wayne died in this narrow passage, leaving their son orphaned and Gotham forever changed. Martinez had drawn this assignment 3 years running now, and each time he witnessed the same inexplicable phenomenon. Crime Alley, usually one of Gotham's most dangerous stretches, would become impossibly peaceful for exactly 24 hours. Not quiet, the city never achieved true quiet, but peaceful in a way that defied logic and statistics. He'd tried explaining it to his captain, to fellow officers, even to his wife. How criminals would approach the alley and simply turn away. How drug deals scheduled for this location would mysteriously relocate. How even the most desperate mugger would find somewhere else to hunt on this one night. The brass wrote it off as superstition, criminals avoiding the location out of some twisted respect for the Wayne murders. But Martinez knew it was more than that. He'd felt it himself, the strange sensation that made violence feel impossible here, like trying to light a match underwater. A figure emerged from the shadows across the street. Not Batman. Martinez had learned to recognize the particular quality of darkness that announced the vigilante's presence. This was an ordinary woman, middle-aged, wearing a nurse's scrubs under a worn coat. She walked with purpose toward Crime Alley, and Martinez felt the familiar tightness in his chest. Every year they came, different people, but always with that same purposeful stride. "Ma'am," he called out, professional concern overriding his curiosity. "This isn't the safest area at night." The woman paused, looking at him with eyes that held a peculiar mix of sadness and determination. "I know exactly where I am, officer. I need to be here. May I ask why?" Martinez kept his tone gentle. Over the years, he'd learned that the people drawn to Crime Alley on this night weren't dangerous. They were driven by something else entirely. "I don't know," the woman admitted, and Martinez could tell the admission troubled her. Every year, I feel this pull, like I'm supposed to be here, like something important is waiting." She paused, then added quietly, "He saved my daughter 16 years ago. Batman. She was taken, and he brought her home. I've never forgotten." Martinez nodded slowly. Another one. They all had stories like this, lives touched by Batman, debts that couldn't be repaid through conventional means. "Just be careful," he said, though he knew the warning was unnecessary. "Nothing would happen to her tonight. Not here, not on the anniversary." The woman continued into the alley, and Martinez watched her disappear into the growing gathering of shadows that weren't quite shadows. People standing vigil, without understanding why. In the Batcave, Bruce Wayne stood before his monitors, studying data that made no rational sense. Every year on this night, Crime Alley experienced a complete cessation of criminal activity. Not a reduction, a cessation. In a city where violence was as constant as breathing, one narrow street became a zone of perfect peace for exactly 24 hours. "The pattern is even more pronounced this year," Alfred observed, setting a tray of tea beside the workstation. "The effect seems to be expanding. The surrounding blocks are showing decreased crime rates as well." Bruce pulled up thermal imaging from the previous year's anniversary. What he saw defied explanation, hundreds of heat signatures converging on Crime Alley throughout the night. People arriving alone or in small groups, taking positions throughout the alley and surrounding area, then simply standing, watching, waiting. I've cross-referenced the facial recognition from last year, Bruce said, his voice troubled. Every person I could identify had been saved by Batman at some point. Some recently, others going back 20 years. They have no connection to each other, no communication network I can find. Yet they all arrive on the same night, to the same place. Perhaps, Alfred suggested gently, some debts can only be repaid through presence. Bruce's jaw tightened. He'd investigated every possibility. Underground groups, social media coordination, even some form of mass hypnosis. But the truth seemed simpler and far more disturbing. These people were drawn to Crime Alley by something beyond conscious thought, compelled to guard the place where Batman was born. There's more, Bruce continued, pulling up electromagnetic readings. The entire alley shows anomalous energy signatures on the anniversary. The kind of readings you'd expect from a large gathering of people focused on a single purpose, but stronger than it should be, as if their collective presence is creating an actual field effect. He stood, decision made. I'm going out early tonight. I need to understand this, sir. Alfred's voice carried a note of concern. Perhaps this is one mystery that doesn't require solving. Your parents' death created something beyond Batman. It created a place where gratitude has taken physical form. Some gifts shouldn't be questioned. But Bruce was already moving toward the suit. He needed to know, needed to understand how his greatest tragedy had transformed into whatever this was. Patricia Wells arrived at Crime Alley at 11:55, just as she had every year for the past 20 years. She was 43 now, a successful attorney with a family of her own. But on this night, she became again the 23-year-old graduate student who'd been cornered by three men, intent on making her another Gotham statistic. She remembered every detail of that night, the way fear had tasted like copper in her mouth, the certainty that she was about to die. And then, darkness given form, violence turned protective, Batman dropping from nowhere to stand between her and death. The fight had been brief, brutal, efficient. Her attackers fled or fell, and Batman had turned to her with eyes that held such profound sadness she'd almost forgotten her own terror. "Are you hurt?" he'd asked, and she'd managed to shake her head. He'd seen her safely to a police car, then vanished into the night. The entire encounter had lasted perhaps 3 minutes. It had changed her life forever. Now, standing at the mouth of Crime Alley, Patricia felt the familiar pull, not just to be here, but to be watchful, to be ready. She couldn't have explained it under oath in court, but she knew with certainty that transcended logic, that tonight she was part of something important. Others were already there. She recognized some from previous years, though they never spoke, never acknowledged their shared purpose. There was the elderly man who always stood near the theater exit, the young couple who positioned themselves by the old fire escape, the teenager who paced the alley's eastern entrance with restless energy, all saved, all standing guard without understanding why. Batman observed from above, his cowl's sensors tracking every person entering the alley. Patricia Wells saved 20 years ago from assault. Marcus Thompson pulled from a burning building 7 years past. Sarah and David Chen, their daughter, rescued from kidnappers 3 years ago. The list went on, a catalogue of lives he'd touched without realizing the lasting impact. But it was more than gratitude that brought them here. Batman could see it in their positioning, their unconscious coordination. They were creating a perimeter, layers of protection around the spot where his parents had died. They moved with purpose despite having no training, no communication, no conscious plan. At midnight exactly, Batman felt the change. The very air in Crime Alley shifted, became denser somehow. His sensors went wild, detecting electromagnetic anomalies, pressure variations, even minute temperature fluctuations. But more than that, he felt it. A presence that wasn't quite presence, an awareness built from hundreds of grateful hearts focused on a single purpose. He dropped to street level, needing to understand from within the phenomenon. The moment his boots touched the ground, he felt it stronger. Not peace, that was too simple a word. It was more like standing in a place where violence had been made mathematically impossible, where the very concept of harm had been temporarily erased. Patricia Wells saw him first. Her intake of breath alerted others, and soon Batman found himself at the center of a loose circle of people whose lives he'd saved. They didn't approach, didn't speak. They simply stood, bearing witness to something none of them fully understood.
Why?
Batman asked, his voice carrying to all of them.
Why do you come here?
Patricia was the first to answer. We don't know. Every year, when this night approaches, I feel called, like something in my chest is pulling me here. I've tried to ignore it, but the pull just gets stronger. Same here, Marcus Thompson added. It's like there's a debt that can only be paid by standing watch, by making sure that what happened to your parents doesn't happen to anyone else. At least not here, not tonight. Others nodded, murmuring agreement. They all felt it, the compulsion, the need, the inexplicable certainty that their presence here mattered. Batman's sensors were recording unprecedented readings. The electromagnetic field generated by the gathering was off the charts, but it followed no known pattern. It was as if human gratitude had developed its own physics, its own rules for interacting with reality. How many? An elderly woman asked suddenly. How many people have you saved over the years? Batman didn't answer immediately. The truth was, he'd stopped counting long ago. Thousands, certainly. Perhaps tens of thousands if you included those saved indirectly through prevented crimes and disrupted plots. Every one of them feels this, the woman continued. Maybe not strong enough to bring them here, but they feel it. The need to give back, to protect as we were protected. This night, this place, it's where that need focuses. A would-be mugger named Rico approached Crime Alley from the north, desperate enough to ignore the usual superstitions about the anniversary. He needed a score, needed it bad enough to risk the ghost stories and urban legends. But as he neared the alley's entrance, something strange happened. The air felt thick, like walking through invisible molasses. Each step toward the alley required more effort than the last. And worse, his intentions, clear as crystal moments before, began to fade. Why was he here? What had he planned to do? The knife in his pocket felt wrong, alien, like it belonged to someone else entirely. Rico tried to push forward, but now he could see them, shadows that weren't shadows. People standing throughout the alley like statues, watching, waiting. And at the center, a darker shadow that made his primitive brain scream warnings. He turned and ran, the compulsion to flee stronger than any drug craving. Behind him, the Watchers never moved, never pursued. They didn't need to. Batman observed the entire encounter, watching Rico flee as so many others had over the years. The field effect was strongest at the alley's entrances, creating a barrier that wasn't physical but might as well have been. Criminal intent simply couldn't penetrate the collective will of the saved. It's not just us, Patricia said quietly. Having watched the would-be muggers retreat, everyone you've saved, everyone whose life you've touched, we're all connected to this place now, to this night. Our gratitude isn't just an emotion anymore. It's become something real, something that protects. Batman thought of his parents, gunned down in this very alley. They'd died here, but their death had created him. And he had created this, a self-perpetuating cycle of protection born from tragedy. More people arrived as the night deepened. They came in waves, some staying for minutes, others for hours. A young teacher saved from a school shooting, a former addict pulled from an overdose, children, now grown, who'd been rescued from trafficking rings. Each carried their own story, their own debt, their own need to transform gratitude into action. By 3 a.m., Crime Alley held over 300 people. They stood in loose formations that somehow achieved perfect coverage of every approach, every sight line, every potential threat vector. No one directed them, but they moved with the coordination of trained units. When someone left, another would unconsciously shift to cover the gap. When new arrivals appeared, space would open to accommodate them. Batman had patrolled among them for hours, studying the phenomenon from within. He'd run every scan his equipment allowed, collected data that would take weeks to fully analyze. But the essential truth was already clear. These people had transformed gratitude into a literal force field, protection into a measurable energy that repelled violence as surely as opposing magnets. "You should know," Officer Martinez said, approaching Batman near dawn. "This isn't the only place. Smaller versions of this happen all over Gotham. Every spot where you've saved multiple people develops something, a reluctance in criminals to operate there. Like the city itself remembers acts of salvation." Batman filed this information away, another piece of the larger puzzle. Gotham was changing in ways he'd never anticipated, developing its own immune system based on accumulated acts of heroism. As the sun began to rise, the gathered protectors started to disperse. They left as they'd come, quietly, purposefully, most still not fully understanding what had drawn them here. But each carried the satisfaction of a debt partially paid, a watch maintained, a promise kept. Patricia Wells was among the last to leave. She paused before Batman, searching for words. 20 years ago you saved my life," she said finally. "I became a prosecutor because of that night. I've put away hundreds of criminals, saved other victims through my work. The ripples of what you do, they spread farther than you know. This," she gestured to the alley around them, "is just the visible part." After she left, Batman stood alone in Crime Alley as the morning light painted the narrow space in shades of gold and shadow. The electromagnetic anomalies were fading, the field effect dissipating until next year. But something remained, a sense of sanctification, of space transformed by collective will. Oracle's voice crackled through his comlink. "Fascinating data from last night. The effect peaked at 3:17 a.m. with readings I can't even classify. Whatever those people created, it registered on sensors all over the city. It's evolving," Batman replied. "Each year stronger than the last. At this rate, Crime Alley might become permanently pacified within a decade." Oracle finished. Gotham's first violence-free zone, maintained not by law or force but by accumulated gratitude. It's poetic in a way. Batman thought of his parents, of the senseless violence that had taken them. They died believing in Gotham's potential for good, in the power of compassion to transform communities. Now, decades later, their death site had become proof of their beliefs, a place where gratitude had grown so dense it repelled violence, where the saved stood eternal watch over the spot where their savior was born. The evidence was uploaded to the Batcomputer, terabytes of data that documented the impossible. Scientists would study it, theorists would debate it, but Batman already knew the essential truth. Human emotion, focused and sustained over time, could alter reality. Gratitude could become protection. Love could manifest as force. In the weeks following the anniversary, Bruce Wayne found himself drawn to the stories of those who stood vigil. He used his resources to quietly investigate their lives, to understand the full impact of their salvation. Patricia Wells had become one of Gotham's most effective prosecutors, specializing in cases involving violence against women. Her conviction rate was extraordinary, but more importantly, she'd established programs to support victims through the legal process. The three men who'd attacked her 20 years ago had created, through Batman's intervention, a force for justice that had protected hundreds of others. Marcus Thompson, saved from a building fire, had become a fire safety inspector. His meticulous attention to detail, born from his own near-death experience, had prevented dozens of potential tragedies. Every life saved from fires that never happened could be traced back to that night Batman pulled him from the flames. Sarah and David Chen had started a foundation for missing children after their daughter's rescue. Their work had reunited over 50 families, creating networks of joy where there might have been only loss. Each story was similar. Lives saved became lives dedicated to saving others. The ripple effect spread through Gotham like beneficial viruses infected by the need to pay forward what they'd received. Bruce created a private database tracking these connections. He discovered that areas with high concentrations of people he'd saved showed markedly lower crime rates. Not just from increased vigilance, but from something deeper. Communities that had experienced salvation together developed stronger bonds, greater resilience, more active protection of each other. Dr. Leslie Tompkins, reviewing the data at Bruce's request, offered her perspective. "You've created an immune response," she said. "Every person you save becomes an antibody against Gotham's violence. They spread protection to others who spread it further. It's epidemiology in reverse. Instead of disease spreading, it's health, safety, community strength." The next anniversary was 6 months away, but already Bruce could see the preparations beginning. Some of the saved had started meeting, not to organize but to share their experiences. They called themselves the Grateful, and their numbers grew daily. They didn't wear costumes or seek glory. They simply watched, protected, and remembered. One evening, Batman encountered a group of them preventing a mugging in the East End. They didn't fight. Violence wasn't their way. They simply appeared, surrounding the would-be attacker with such calm certainty that he dropped his weapon and fled. The presence of people who'd been saved, who knew what it meant to face death and find salvation, created its own form of deterrence. "We learned from you," one of them explained. "Not the fighting, we leave that to you, but the watching, the protecting, the being there when someone needs help. That, we can do." Crime Alley remained the epicenter, the place where the effect was strongest, but the phenomenon was spreading, creating pockets of protection throughout Gotham. The save teaching others, gratitude becoming action, action becoming tradition. Bruce found himself thinking of his parents more often. Thomas and Martha Wayne had believed in Gotham's fundamental goodness, had died trying to make the city better. They'd never known their son would become Batman, but perhaps they'd have been equally proud of this. Their death site becoming a beacon of protection, their tragedy transformed into thousands of small salvations. Alfred, finding Bruce in the cave studying the anniversary data yet again, offered his own observation. "Your parents would be fascinated by this, sir. Your mother especially. She always believed that kindness could be made tangible if enough people committed to it." "It's not kindness," Bruce said quietly. "It's gratitude. Gratitude so profound it reshapes reality." "Perhaps," Alfred suggested, "they're the same thing. Gratitude is simply kindness reflected back to its source." And what is Crime Alley on the anniversary but a mirror, showing you the accumulated impact of every life you've saved? The months passed and the effect continued to grow. Researchers studying the phenomenon, without knowing its true source, coined terms like localized pacification fields and gratitude-based quantum entanglement. But the people who stood vigil each year needed no scientific explanations. They knew the truth in their bones. They'd been saved, and saving others was the only response that made sense. Crime Alley developed its own ecosystem of protection. During the day, it looked like any other Gotham street, but those sensitive to such things could feel it. The weight of accumulated gratitude, the pressure of collective will, focused on preventing violence. Criminals learned to avoid it instinctively, the way animals avoid poisoned water. The anniversary approached again, and Batman prepared for another night of impossible peace. But this year was different. The saved weren't content to wait for the anniversary. They'd begun maintaining a presence in Crime Alley year-round, taking shifts, ensuring that the place where the Waynes died never again saw innocent blood spilled. On the night itself, over 1,000 people converged on the alley. They came from every walk of life, every corner of Gotham, united only by the fact that Batman had given them a second chance at life. They stood in silent witness to transformation, tragedy into purpose, death into protection, gratitude into an almost living force. Batman moved among them, no longer questioning why they came. He understood now that this was beyond conscious choice. When you save someone's life, you create a bond that transcends normal human connection. Multiply that by thousands, focus it on a single location, and you create something new in the world, a place where thankfulness has weight, where gratitude generates its own gravity. At midnight, the effect peaked. Every sensor in Batman's cowl went wild, detecting energies that shouldn't exist. But he didn't need technology to feel it. The very air shimmered with collective purpose. Violence didn't just feel impossible here. It had been temporarily written out of the local laws of physics, overruled by the combined will of the grateful. Patricia Wells found him again, as she did every year. "It's spreading," she said simply. "The feeling, more people every year, in more places. Not just those you've saved directly, but those we've saved, and those they've saved. Gratitude is contagious, it seems." Batman nodded, understanding the implications. His war on crime had created an unexpected army, not of vigilantes but of guardians, people who'd learned that survival came with obligation, that being saved meant becoming a savior in turn. As dawn approached and the crowd began to disperse, Batman stood where his parents had fallen. The ground showed no marker, no memorial, but the space itself had become holy, sanctified not by death but by the thousands who'd chosen to transform that death into protective purpose. The shadow in Crime Alley wasn't him, Batman realized. It was them, all of them, the saved and grateful, casting a collective shadow that grew longer each year. They were his true legacy, more than the criminals he'd caught or the technology he'd developed. They were proof that heroism was contagious, that salvation created saviors, that one act of protection could ripple outward forever. The data would show the same thing it did every year. 0 crimes in Crime Alley during the anniversary. But the numbers couldn't capture the truth of what happened here. How gratitude had developed its own physics. How thousands of individual thankful hearts had merged into something greater. How the site of Gotham's most famous tragedy had become its most powerful sanctuary. As the last of the grateful departed, Officer Martinez approached Batman. He'd stood watch every anniversary for 5 years now. Drawn by his own salvation story, a child rescued from a burning car when he was 7, growing up to protect others as he'd been protected. Same time next year, Martinez asked, though they both knew it wasn't really a question. And every year after, Batman confirmed, because this was how Gotham healed, not all at once, not through grand gestures, but through the accumulated weight of gratitude. One saved life at a time, each rescue creating ripples that eventually became waves. The shadow in Crime Alley would grow, fed by thankfulness, and sustained by the simple human need to repay kindness with protection. The anniversary ended, but its effects lingered. Throughout Gotham, the saved continued their work, watching, protecting, creating spheres of safety wherever they gathered. They were Batman's children in spirit, if not in method, proof that darkness could generate its own light, if enough people chose to kindle it. And in Crime Alley, where Thomas and Martha Wayne had died believing in Gotham's potential for good, their faith was vindicated nightly. Not by their son's war on crime, but by crime's inability to exist where gratitude had grown thick enough to touch. They died here, but death had lost. Love had won, wearing the face of 1,000 grateful strangers who would forever stand guard over the place where their protector was born. The shadow in Crime Alley wasn't darkness, it was the accumulated light of every life saved, focused into protective purpose. It would grow stronger each year, spreading throughout Gotham like antibodies through a healing body. Because Batman had taught the city an invaluable lesson that everyone saved becomes a savior, that gratitude is the strongest force in the universe, and that sometimes the best protection comes not from one hero but from the thousands who remember what it means to be saved. And so our tale of Gotham comes to an end. Let the gentle night embrace you as you drift toward peaceful dreams, knowing that somewhere in the darkness, the Dark Knight watches over his city. If you're not asleep yet, we will now play the ambience of Gotham City at night to help you fall asleep. And if you were just listening to our tales, we will see you next time. Good night and sleep well.